Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Sorry for the little delay there. It took an extra long time for OBS to pass off that it was streaming to YouTube, or for YouTube to notice. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hey Rick, hey Tuxedo, hey Anton, Jose and Clownhammer, hey Peter and Tuxedo, hey Martin, and who else do we have? Danny and Rod and Doom. Hey Derek. Hey Andres, Lucas, Malfrey, how are folks? Zwirble, Little Brad, and Delvin. Whew, we are going to finish this up today. I'm wearing the shirt to prove it. We are going to get 3 major things done today. 4 major things done today. We're going to get 4 major things done today. We are going to finish a little bit of configuration because we never configured the fans in RepRap Firmware for the electronics bay, and we're going to put panels on it and print. So I'm here twice today making up for yesterday's stream. So if anybody didn't notice, we did have a stream yesterday that wasn't intended to be public, but it ended up being a nice Charlie's Angels taster for folks. So I made the mistake of publishing the stream yesterday as public instead of members only. All of my members only streams become public before the next one comes out, but still, it was a good time though. Would a smaller salad fork be called a pickle fork? I have no idea. Oh. Oscar is actually, he has learned that this shop equals treats, which isn't a bad thing for me to lure them out here. But, hey Rob. Move over, let me in, or I'll sit on you. Exactly. Exactly, Mr. Jackson. Hey Jeff. Andres is 80% through yesterday's stream. Yesterday's stream was good. Let me bring it up here, because I put the panels on it and it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. Here we are. The little the hex tray, extra special hex tray for that printer. But yeah, so in December, the Charlie's Angels member stream was beginning to kind of refresh this printer. This is my red V0 that was on the cover of Make magazine. I didn't want to change it a lot, but I did want to put the extrusion top hat on it, and I chose black for that, both to match the printed top hat it had before, but also because when you buy 2 batches of anodized extrusions, especially in a red or a bright color, there's not a good chance that they're going to match. And just slightly off I thought was way worse than just going with black. Snow shoveling, round 1. Welcome, Nick. That's the tray now built in. There is a minor thing I still need to do. I need to make a mount for the Toolhead board and to strain relief for the umbilical. But other than that, it is complete and up to date. The music is on. Is it just really quiet? The levels say it's about the same as it usually is. I can bump it a little bit. I bumped it a little bit. So anyway, that was the stream, and I'm considering this build done as far as streaming is concerned. I need to do the umbilical strain relief, but this month's the second member stream, or now the first member stream for January, is going to be starting the Reaper build. The Reaper build is a 3D Sets RC car. These are the parts for that. So, need that spool holder mount. It might be in the LDO stuff. If it's not, shoot me a DM or ping me. Better to ping me on my Discord. You likely mentioned this before, but how'd you make the label on the main board terminals? That came with the board. That comes with the board. The Mellow boards come with, and I might have one over here. Yeah, the Mellow boards come with a sticker that you're supposed to put on those terminal blocks. Let's see. This came with the board that's in here. We might as well keep that out, and I'll put it on the board that's in here. Impression of music loudness is highly dependent on the loudness setting of the mic. Of the mic, really? Because it's not actually getting it through the mic. My music is not coming through my microphone. The music is coming through a separate source that's desktop audio in OBS. So it's actually independent of how loud I'm listening to it. Hey, Nicola. Looks like they need a bigger bed. I kind of like them sharing. Hey, Putty. Okay, so we're going to keep that out. I'm going to put this away. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the Reaper build. It'll probably be as long. It'll be probably as long as the Sakura build was this time last year. It's been a year since I built that Sakura, or since I started the build for the Sakura. Headphones, and now you can hear it. I don't want it to be too loud, but if it's not loud enough, I can keep adjusting. Willing to bet if he gets a bigger bed, they sleep on the smaller one anyway. I wouldn't be surprised. Blood of my enemies red be mass produced at some point. I don't know, Nick. Probably the best would be to send a very nice feedback email to Protopasta, just saying, hey, I saw this on Steve's stream and I really like it. If you ever decide to make that, I'd like to be notified or something like that. I think that would probably be the best way to inquire about that. Plus, you're letting them know that you saw stuff on my stream. A Curta calculator. What's a Curta calculator? What is a Curta calculator? Oh, this is the Phoenix. I gotta clean these tabs up. I got too much going on here. What is a... What was that? A stream project at Curta Apparently it's a thing. It auto-populated. Curta's handheld mechanical calculator, designed by Curta Hirschstark. It's known for its extremely compact design. Let's see if we can get a... Are there designs out there? A cylindrical calculator. That's interesting. Are there printed designs out there for that? Look like a pepper mill, exactly. It does. It really does. My mic is, oh, my mic does look a little high. You're right. I've been going into the red on the levels too, especially when I bump my, there was a, where is this? Hold on. Let me do. I've got a filter in here that's an additional gain. Let me turn this down. I did that because we were having other problems. Let me try that. Is that better? Hey, Nogaret. DJ Nata's backup ear guy. Where's DJ Natty? I miss him. Everything is like 2x scale. I bet it would need to be. Scaled up build. Okay. Today I don't anticipate, I hope, doesn't take all that long. So we need to, we'll have to figure out something. So if anybody has a great idea for a print that's not a Curta calculator, because we're not going to finish that on stream, we're going to need something to print later. So let's go here. Let's go back to this view, and I'm going to clean up my tabs over here. I've got stuff. We did some clipper configuration and updates on the on that V0 yesterday, so I've got all kinds of tabs that are open from that. We did switch gears. I was going to use a Mellow Fly 36 Toolhead board, but it didn't have two fan ports for the part cooling fan, and I already dealt with that on this printer. So I had a pre-revision Nighthawk 36 that we put in it and got it set up. Hey, BBs. So all of these are panel clips, because we're going to try to actually completely finish this build today. 100% finish. So we can send it off to the workbench in style. Having two fan ports is such a nice feature. Hope the other manufacturers start doing that. I agree. I think Mellow should do that. Does Big Tree Tech? I don't know that I've ever installed one of their 36 Toolhead boards. I've done plenty of the Stealth Burner ones. Print a 3D scan of you, then next year instead of Elf on a shelf, you can have Steve on a stoop. I don't have a 3D scan of me. I've had busts done like 3 times, and nobody has sent me the files. I've had like 3 of them done, and my contact information given, and I think the beard screws them up. So, oh, the cats are being nice. Look at that. With Felix just laying on Oscar's shoulders. He is. His chin is right on. He's snoozing. Bad beard. I know. I need a haircut so bad. I haven't had a haircut since before I left for Prague. What did they use with your scan then? I have no idea. I've had Grant has scanned me. But he said it was going to be terrible, so I don't blame that. He may not have been able to clean up the beard. And then at Rapid last June, I got scanned by a company who wanted to show how good their scanner would do with the beard. And then RevoPoint is another one that I got scanned and never got the file. Someone should do a bust to you with the hair like that one. The Shrunk 3D folks from Earth sent theirs out a month ago. I didn't get a chance to get over to get scanned there. I should have. I kind of wanted to, but it never happened. So anyway, let's bring up. Well, I guess that'll work. No, that won't work because that's not on. Solid for GitHub. Hey, Pathetic Puma. We have the GitHub. So this is where we're ending up. And what do I want to start with? I need to bring up the manual. So let's do this again. Sorry for the rapid switching. I want to build a solid fork, but just stuck on V0s. I like my V0s. And to be honest, if I didn't already have all the stuff to make a 120 of the solid fork, the solid fork probably should have been bigger. The solid fork is this size because it was extrusions already had a V0 bed. Easy stuff for me to self-source. So okay, so we left off on the manual in the panel stuff. I think we're going to pause that, and I'm really disappointed. Because I said there were 4 things we needed to do today, and nobody called me out on only saying 3. My grandson has told everyone he knows that Steve told him hello and showed his kitties to him. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Pathetic Puma, thanks for the gifted memberships. What's the fourth thing we need to do today? What is the fourth thing we need to do? Hey, Maker Viking. Be nice if there was a Nighthawk tool board for mini stealth burner. I'm probably going to end up modeling something. So we'll see how that turns out. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. I thanked Pathetic Puma for the gifted memberships, right? Thank you. Hey, Dave. Membership giveaways. I need to do membership giveaways. But on the printer, there's 4 things we need to do. And I mentioned 3. Hey, Sean, member for 28 months. Good morning. It's not morning for you anymore. Add disco lights. So we're going to configure the fans. Doom Crew, there you are. Did you get my message? I hope you enjoy the VOD from the Zinc build. Thanks for being a member. 20 months. Awesome. That was a fun build. It was so fun that I ordered the ZE Inc. Version. Orion, good job. Good job. Orion knows me. Orion knows me. Something down here. What is this? Oh, it's just a piece of filament. Orion knows me. Need a bottom panel. That has been a source of frustration and stuff for me on this build. It's because there is no good way to attach a bottom panel to this. All in the front, any of these holes that I might be tempted to just put a heat set in, the plastic here is too thin. It would poke out the other side. And on the side, I could probably get away with it. The back would probably be okay. But then I'm blocking access because these are all wrench access holes for the screws. So it's not a great thing. So what I really kind of figured in the end, I figured whatever I do on this is not necessarily going to be something that Yeri is going to be able to take and just use. He might, but I just needed to get something on here because this build couldn't be done for me until it has a bottom panel. My brain is still making grinding noises. Well, Orion has probably been awake longer, I'm guessing. I don't know. What part of the world are you in, Orion? Using the 4 points of the feet might be enough, or do you need something? No, I'm not. I am this is untested. Untested. Completely untested bottom panel. So if it doesn't work, then the printer's going to have to get a bottom panel off stream. Eastern time zone. Yep. So you've been awake for 3 more hours than Bill. So in the thumbnail, I left these, which are modified corner accent pieces that are going to make room for what I hope works out is a printed bottom panel. It's going to go right like that. Now, this is the one instance, maybe the only instance in my whole time of doing streams where it would have been handy to have a printer larger than 300, which is currently basically my largest printer, my largest of my builds. I have a Magneto X though. Hey Scott, welcome. So this is not a fancy top layer. That's just lighting effects. I printed this on my Magneto X. It did have a little spot where the first layer didn't adhere very well. Little flaw there, but this is basically a full plate on the Magneto X. If only I had, now I tried to print this, I tried to print this on my Phoenix. I did. I I had an issue with first layer that I need to figure out. What I'm thinking, what I'm pretty sure is happening, and I know how to fix it, is I think Clipper made a change in the way meshes are done. It doesn't automatically apply the default mesh, and you have to enable the default mesh. So I think the problem I had here with a printer this size is that it could have been a little closer over here, but it was okay, but it was way too high over here and wasn't adhering. The other thing is, when this print didn't go any further, because I was gonna let it go and see what happened. I had it's completely unrelated to the Phoenix itself, but I had the PTFE tube on the back get caught in the holes on the side of the filament spool and jammed and then stuck. It stopped extruding. Print start needs the mesh statement. Yep. Default mesh is not loaded automatically anymore. Yep. And my profiles last time, well, not last time I printed, because I was having issues with some corners, because I was trying to do these Gridfinity stuff, and now I'm realizing that's what's going on. Is I don't know where those prints are, but it wasn't sticking in that back corner because, oh, there it is. Same thing. It wasn't sticking back here because the mesh wasn't, I wasn't applying the mesh. Yep. Now, my bed here, if you do a mesh, my deviation across the whole 600 millimeters is less than 0.3 millimeters, which is really good, but it still needs a mesh to compensate. Really good, I feel, for a 600 millimeter bed. It's been a while since they made that change, but it's not that long ago. You would want to make sure that you put this, if you're running a mesh in your start G code or your start macro, you want to make sure that you run a mesh and then you load the default profile. Now, if I'm missing some little detail on that, feel free to correct me. But that's what you'd want to do there. And that's something it's just one of those little details that I kept forgetting to kind of clean up, and it bit me on this. Do you sync across multiple computers? I don't. I want to, but it's another one of those little things. Okay, so this is done. We're gonna go ahead and put this this sticker, because this is probably what you were asking about before, is this little sticker here. Let's go ahead and put that on. Might as well, right? No reason not to, but I do want to trim it down because it is a little. Hey, Hybrid Robotics. Even with running a mesh, you need that. Yeah. You run the mesh and then you load it. Not sure the reasoning why. Your catch real? Why are they so well behaved? You didn't see them the last couple of streams, or a couple of streams ago. They are getting to that point though. It's very nice. They will come into bed and pretty much sleep the whole night. Occasionally, a couple of nights, Oscar has said, okay, I want pets in the middle of the night, but I'd rather that than them chasing each other and getting the zoomies in the middle of the night. Why does the bottom panel have those corner mounting holes? Shouldn't it mount to the side trims instead? These are all wrench access holes. None of these are really meant for a mount. On the side, it would have been pretty easy to make them the spots thicker and have enough room for a heat set insert to be able to mount there. But the front, since it's scalloped in, there isn't room. And I wanted to do something where I could use the existing, not have to reprint a bunch of stuff. I always assumed it was because different temps for different filaments will warp the bed more, so you have a profile for different materials. Yeah, but that is all that you would want to run. You could save a mesh for different scenarios. The question is though, why did Clipper change it to where, because it used to just automatically apply the default bed mesh unless you ran one. Kiva. Will it be mounted above the feet or sandwiched between the feet and the frame? Sandwiched. We're gonna do that right now. We're gonna do that right now. So that and that, or maybe that, maybe these two. Well, I've already screwed it up. I've already screwed it up. We'll see if we can adapt. I forgot that I didn't realize that the heat set was in the accent piece. I didn't think that the heat set was in the accent piece. Will you be soldering today? No, not planning on soldering. Yeah, even the adaptive mesh, I don't think applies. I have not tried zero panels. Let's see if we can adapt. I might have totally screwed up on this. Yeah, there's no hole there for a heat set. I was banking on that heat set being in the skirt piece, and I don't know why. Reflowing my MMU board and a loose connection someplace. Oh, fun. Okay, let's do this then. Probe a new mesh, it's automatically applied for that print. Is it though? Is it? Because I'm not seeing that. And then remembering that change. So I'm gonna go in here. It's not the right tool for that, but I don't know that I have a better tool. I just need to make a mark. We're gonna drill holes and put in heat sets. Hey, Joey. See, this whole bottom panel thing has got me, I'm not thrilled with that on this build. It's caused way too much thought. Way too much thought. Where did that go? And it's partially just because I didn't want to redo the skirts, because really to do it the way I'd want to, I'd have to reprint and redesign or tweak all the skirts. I didn't really want to do that. So what I don't know, you said we're talking about this mesh thing. So let's go and look. Let's go and take a little sidetrack. Let's go to the Clipper docs. And if we go to, where is it? Is it under here? Bed mesh. So let's go to the bed mesh section here. I thought I saw somewhere when I was looking at this. We've got basic configuration. So we have all the configuration stuff. And if we go through, we've got that stuff. And then here, mesh interpolation. Let's keep going. Move splitting, mesh fade. This is all configuration. Zero reference point. Faulty regions. Where is it? Adaptive meshes. Keep going. And where was it? G codes. So bed mesh calibrate. The mesh will be saved into profile specified by the profile parameter or default if unspecified. And then if we keep going, after a bed mesh calibrate has been performed, it is possible to save the current mesh into a named profile. After a profile has been saved, the save config, and then profiles can be loaded by executing the bed mesh profile load. It should be noted that each time a bed mesh calibrate occurs, the current state is automatically saved to the default profile. We can remove it if you want. Previous versions of bed mesh always loaded the profile named default on startup if it was present. This behavior has been removed in favor of allowing the user to determine when a profile is loaded. If a user wishes to load the default profile, it is recommended to add bed mesh profile load default to either their start print macro or their slicer's start G-code configuration, whichever is applicable. So this is the here, direct link, so you don't have to scroll. That is the section that's applicable here. So it is saying, it is, I'm interpreting this that even if you run the mesh as part of your start G-code, you still need to load it. You still need to put the bed mesh profile load default into your start G-code. Now, Thetic is saying false. But that is if you saved a bed mesh and want to load it, but I don't think you need it after a bed mesh calibrate. But the bed mesh calibrate saves to default by default. Hey, there we are. Welcome, Grant. Sorry for your frustrations with your internet provider today. Hey, Mad Cat, and LTMW, and Mr. Wiz. Check the better print start macro. Better print start macro, is that a Clipper Docs thing? Hey, Puzzles. Yeah. It shows the browsers in the browsers while printing. Hey, nice. Spectra. Welcome, folks. We were just talking about the bed mesh behavior in Clipper, which I think is a point of confusion. Because I am experiencing exactly the opposite of what some folks in chat here. I run an adaptive mesh, I do it within my start G-code, and it is not applying on Phoenix. So I am going to try the same things with this load profile, and I'll let you know how it goes. I'll let you know. I'll try that same print. No, it is saved, but it's not actually applied unless you load it. According to this document. It says previous version of bed mesh always loaded the profile named default on startup if it was present. This is saying it doesn't. So, anyway. This is the message I get. Bed mesh state has been saved to profile default for the current session. The save config command will update the printer config file and restart the printer. I don't know. I'm seeing poor first layer performance on the Phoenix. We'll see how this goes. This is saying, if someone can point me to the Clipper documentation that says when you run it, it gets loaded, that'd be cool. Phoenix is updated within the last month or two. So anyway, we won't dwell on that. I've got to fix this to actually work with bottom panels. So I have marked some spots here. So I need to drill some holes. I'm going to use my little pen vise thing. Hey, Tech Cheaper. It doesn't hurt to load the default mesh, and I'm curious if it's going to make a difference. I just was looking at this last night. So, nice. Thanks for the gift and memberships. Let's see what size I can manage to get in here as a pilot hole. The camp mesh, which will use the default to build a mesh. Some code you need for the default mesh. Oops, that was not what I wanted. That in the wrong spot. You guys are being very good today. Nope, and then I dropped something and distract you. There we go. We're gonna, after you start a print, check main cell to see if you have a height map. If not, then it didn't load the mesh. Okay. We're not going to resolve that today unless someone wants to point me to a link to specific docs that say otherwise. But I will check it after stream because I've been working on the Phoenix, still trying to print those. How deep is that? Oh, I'm going all the way in. Well, that's good. That's good. That'll be fine. Build a delayed start macro called startup and have stuff in it that you want to do every time you turn the printer on. Mm-hmm. That up. Docs are definitely ambiguous, but Sean experiment will show that calibrate implicitly loads. My real concern there then is I am seeing poor mesh performance on the Phoenix then. I got to figure out why. Because I am doing an adaptive mesh and it does not appear to be, just looking at the print itself, it doesn't appear to be applying it. I like the adaptive mesh 1-bit. I read the Clipper doc as it doesn't auto-load any mesh on startup where it used to auto-load the default mesh. The statement does apply to whether it keeps a new mesh loaded. I'm not going to argue against what you're saying there. I don't I'm still puzzled why I'm not getting good mesh, but I'm not going to say that you're wrong. If that's true, then it's an area where the docs could probably be clarified. Oops. What do you use to probe on the Phoenix? It is a CNC, a custom for the build CNC tap setup. Okay, now I need about 4.6, 4.7 millimeters. I don't know which one is. .7. That'll work. And I think I'm gonna need to do this with the real drill. A 4.5 would work too. Yep. Okay. Now I got it here. Where is... Get a little bit of tape on here to make sure I don't overshoot this by too much. I'm just eyeballing this. It'll be fine. I just don't want to drive down into, have it catch and pull into the print too far. Where did I put my... Where did I put my glasses? Where? Oh, there they are. This will be fine. And this fiber-filled ASA is splintering. Look at that. I'm gonna have to clean that up. Oscar's not thrilled, huh? Yeah, this is pretty awful. Ew. This is really awful. This is not going to be clean, and I'm not happy with it. I am not happy one bit. Not even a little bit. Look at that. It really caught. And this is kind of showing that layer adhesion. My print settings or something to look at. Because it is just... Rest of your electronics, you would just glue on the bottom panel. I will just say out loud, I am not happy with this solution, but I'm going with it. Run dead mesh calibrate profile adaptive. I went and uncommented bed mesh profile load and got the following message. Unknown profile default. Really? Okay. Let's go by hand. Put some inserts in here. Is this the one for this? No. This one. No. What in the world? Okay. Let's just use this. There we go. Bring this down. Let that heat up. Yeah, no, I just needed to clean up the fraying on the edges. I'm gonna have bits of blue plastic everywhere, and this isn't ground. There's no inhalation error here or risk here. This is all chips. Hey, Biney. And these are not going to be ideal. This is certainly not going to be ideal. This would have been far better modeled in. If I had realized it, I would have reprinted these corners and reinstalled them. But in my fortunately, all of these are in compression, basically, because the weight of the printer is just going to be sitting down on it. And we put all these guys on. It would be interesting to see if this even lines up. Let's see. No. Well, maybe. Let's find out when it goes on. We might have to oval out some holes. We might have to oval out some holes. We'll find out. I'm a little bit frustrated at myself for not thinking about that. Now I'm frustrated that I can't find my screwdriver. I put it back in here. Did I set it up here? That would be bad. Not that one. There it is. If you squint, it's mint. Ugh. One lifetime screw up yesterday. Any more screw ups? What did I screw up yesterday? Must not have been too bad. I already forgot about it. Oh yeah, I guess the whole making the members stream public. These are the holes on these feet need to be a little more. I'd like to look at CAD to see how much clearance is in the model, because it looks like it could be a little more. Because these should just slide through, and they're not. Unless it's extra volt, it's not a real screw up. The rest can be fixed. I am improvising right now, that's for sure. All the improvising. World. What are we talking? At least all the ugly drill stuff is hidden by these feet. I've got one screw missing, which bugs me, because if it fell on the floor, that's fine. Make sure it's not in here somewhere. Ah, it was in there somewhere. At least it fell. It fell out. Member-only streams are usually at the end of the month. However, I wanted to get that red V0 done, so the plan was to do 2 member-only streams this month. The reality is going to be we're going to do 1 unintentionally public Charlie's Angel stream and 1 actual Charlie's Angel stream this month. Unless I make the same mistake again. Okay. Now we see, is this going to work? Hold on. Is it going to work? Okay, it goes in. Can I get the feet to line up? So I need longer screws. Need longer screws for the feet. That's way longer. Probably need like 10s or 12s. Let's go 12s. Okay, there's 1. We're gonna leave it loose so we can slide things around. What do we got here? Where's my mouse? I missed stuff. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Pathetic Puma, for being a member for 21 months and for gifting memberships. And Martin, thanks for being a member for 12 months. So we will be starting the Reaper build. This is going to be long. We will be starting the Reaper build. No, not long enough. There are no mistakes, only happy accidents, right? Okay, leave that somewhat loose. Is this going to turn out? Are we going to be able to move on? Where are we? Let me flip this around so I can actually see. It is a little on the edge, but will it work? Yes, it will. Just barely. Just barely. Where did you go? Screw fell. There it is. You guys are being so good. Look at that. Why not cut the panel on the CNC? For one, this is a temporary, this is a test. I didn't really want to waste the material. And I thought the print would be reasonable. Okay, might be, let's make sure all of this is loose enough for me to move things around. It's right on the edge. Aha, I can get this. You are wanting to strip. What are the dimensions of the panel? 270 by 300. There we go. Relax into place. And it has a bottom panel. It has a bottom panel. Requirement of the build to be finished, complete. It has a bottom panel. Did anyone remind you of your 5 gifted you mentioned yesterday? There was a reminder earlier, but I appreciate the additional reminder. We'll do it right after the filament giveaway today, which the link is in the pinned post in the description. So this was printed on my Magneto X. And it turned out pretty good. You could do it on a 350 Trident or V2. Yep. Yep. But the only printers I have larger than 300 are the Magneto X, which is 300 by 400, and the Magneto X and the Phoenix. Cool. That was only a minor 1 hour distraction. No biggie. And that was the top layer. That was the top layer. The first layer was textured on the other side because it's thicker on the corners. So that is done. So now we can just start putting on other panels. We are good. Panels buried under RC tires and zinc blasters and drills and giveaway unpinned memberships. Yes. Sharpie on the top of the 1515 extrusions. We'll see how much the panel clips cover. Let's get things. We'll see how much the panel clips cover. This view here, I think. Better. Look at, oh yeah, Ooh, this will be fun. I'm gonna move this out of the way. And all this. So bottom panels, fan configuration, and print. That's the agenda for today. That is the agenda for today. Hey, Laura. How you doing, Pezlis? Felix and Oscar are being excellent. They were being excellent yesterday, too. Got the display on here, so I would need taller than 1, 2, 3 blocks, and this will be a little more stable than 1, 2, 3 blocks. Need to grab nuts. And they have to go in from here. Go in from here. Where did that one go? There it is. Hey, Andres. Hey, Rick. So I need to use a new Kraken and NextG on. Doom Cube. I have panels, or the corner extrusions, for a 250 Doom Cube. Bought those from Printed Solid a while back. I think they were on sale. I don't know when that would come up. Okay. Let's look at... We are now on to the manual. There are some... Okay, so this one, then, is the symmetric one, goes up here. That one goes there. Then this one goes here. And I have another one with, yep, this one. This one goes here. So I could print a bottom panel for my Micron 180 on my Trident 350. I think so. I don't know exactly what size those are. Thanks for my filament win last week. I didn't think I would get to PC, and well, that's good. Oh, shoot. I bumped it instead of slid it, so bye-bye. Come on, there you are. Better pushy thingy. Better pushy thingy. Captive nuts are a pain. That's true. Only at 110 likes. I see 109. I see 109. Maybe someone disliked or took it away. Controversial bed mesh discussion. Triggered someone. Well, now it says 132, so. And you know. Where did that one go that fell? This one go? Ah, there it is. I'm not triggered. No, not at all. That was a complete joke there. Pathetic. Completely just trying to be funny. I'm 100% just trying to be funny there. Nope. I don't want to do that yet. I want to put this nut in here. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to see it. There we go. It's a serious channel about serious stuff. No room for jokes. Yes, sir. The Wrath, the Unicorn Wrath has spoken. If you want to be funny, put on the taco hat. There's a difference between looking funny and being funny. At that moment. Okay, back panel is on. So this is as far as we've gotten in panels prior to this. So let's get the other panel. Oh shoot. We got to get the other panels on, but that means I got to push this away. So the panels I originally had for this were about 6 millimeters too tall. So this one I had already put the foam tape on, so I protected it and ran it through my table saw. So let me pull, well, why don't I leave that so I can protect it on my bench here for now. And put this other piece of foam tape on it. I'm gonna figure out where to put all my foam tape. Kitty cats know where the foam tape went? Where'd the foam tape go, guys? There it is. Is it there? Nope, not there. Not the box. Gotta find the box with the foam tape. Hey, Michael. Better than 6 millimeters too thick. This is true. There it is. There. I need a little more than that. We'll leave that out. We're gonna go with this view. That way you're not just staring at the back of my head when I do this. These are the default idlers for this build, yep. Okay. Ew, that got screwed up, so cut that square. Hey, I made it. Did you see that fall right in there? That was awesome. This is going to be the most riveting part of the stream. Look at that. Look at that perfect length. Okay. That there. I'm going to use rivets to attach foam. They're a good source for foam tape. The tape I got contracts after application. I think that's kind of typical. The stuff I'm using right now, this minute, this is really the first time I've had a good opportunity to put fresh tape on stuff. This is the door, so I don't want to accidentally put a bunch of tape on that, right? Yeah. Hey, William Steele. Is this the Bill Steele of Chameleon fame? How are you? Oh. Yep. Welcome. Enjoying the winter storm. You're in Cincy. Let's see. Oh. Apparently Felix wants to play fetch. Can't pull on the tape when applying stretches. Yeah, that's why this little method I use for applying this tape works pretty well. I pretty much cut it to the length I want. And then get it set on an edge, and you pull on the what do you call that? I'm drawing a blank. And then it's just, you're not actually pulling. I'm using my top finger along the top of the panel, and I'm using my thumb to just lightly push up towards that top finger and just kind of guiding it as I pull the, I'm drawing a blank on the name of this, the backing, the adhesive backing. And I get no stretch. If there's one, there's too many. What is on this panel on the fork? The backing? Sure, the backing. That's okay. Oscar is happy. He gets the bed to himself until Felix is done. So yeah, this pretty much, don't, make sure you're not stretching it when you're measuring it too. It's pretty easy to cut off excess, but cut it flush. Then remove the backing from a small section of it, line it up in the corner, the edge, and then guide it along. And if you squeeze too hard, then you are going to apply a little bit of stretch. So this is a very light touch. ends up right on the end. Would you want to cuss twice? Yep. That is definitely not a bad idea. The GP. Cut a few millimeters longer, and you can always cut it down to length. If I go just like a couple of millimeters extra there. Just do a couple centimeters at a time. And then the flush cutters work great for this stuff. Just flush with the end. Not mitering the corners. No. No. Oh, and I actually wanted to do that a little different, but it's okay. It's foam tape. You can't see it. It'll all blend in on the corners. So I'll just make this one. It's a little more challenging when you're going between the foam here. In this case, I'm just going to cut this to length. There we go. A light cut with a scalpel at this point. You could do that, yep. I like peel like a foot at a time and don't cut until the end. The problem I found with not cutting till the end is just the coil of this will influence how it goes on. I find it easier to just cut it. This is the top panel. I have had the foam creep from heat, yep. That's why I'm trying this. This is a little different stuff I got off Amazon. It's not your typical, where's this? It's not the yellow back stuff. And I would have to look at my history to find what it is, but I've got bunches of it. This is other stuff. This is the yellow back stuff that's, or the yellow backing stuff that's in the bomb. This is other stuff, but this was just different, and I just wanted to see if a different branding, different style would hold up better. The more excess material I have dictates how many times I measure. There's one TE foam and the other is EPDM. I don't remember what the actual material is. Here, let's see if Felix will. Oh, and there goes an Oscar. He's got to see what's going on. Really interested in the zero panel mod. It looks really good. Hey Jeff, welcome. I just found I just found that cutting this close to length just made it a whole lot more manageable and less prone to laying down weird because it's being influenced by the coil. I've just got this much weight on the end flopping around. Let's try some ambidextrous panel foam application. Perfect. Hey, Steven. Foaming TPU, isn't that the VariaShore stuff? Different shore hardnesses depending on what temperature it's being printed at? Oh. That is it. Panels foamed. Let's put this back in the little bin. Have disturbed the cats though. They are no longer interested in sleeping, it looks like. Okay, with that, let's put this panel on. Which side is the one I cut? Because I want to put that down, because it is not nearly as pretty as, as the rest of them. Good. Okay, which ones are we using for this? So the side panels, that's that. And then the side panels are gonna be these. Aha, I see. So these that match up with, let's see, match up with the back panel one. And same here. No, that's not the same there. That's shorter. Oh yeah, because we have a top. So this is probably something like this here, because we have a top one that's going to fill in this gap. Easy. Yep. So, oh, we got something else there. Let's make sure we're using the correct ones. There we go. Probably something like that. Unless there's magnets holding the top on. That would be neat. Panels right side. Oh, that's for, oh, I see. Okay, we got to pay a little more attention here. Got to pay a little more attention. We have a magnet, and it's the panel for the right side, so we're okay. We're on the left side still. Does the left side get hinged ones, though? I think that probably gets hinged ones. Let's look at the left side. It's having us start on the right side, but let's skip to the left side. Panels left side. There are two parts. Oh, that's a printed supports. When you break away, a little bit of sandpaper or file will clean up any leftover. Used to wet and sand and heat the edges to get them smooth and transparent again, but I don't anymore. Yeah, I haven't done that. Oh, we have a heat set to put in. Okay. Let's use the zero press. Heat set to put in 2 of these. Let's use the zero press. False alarm. I thought I was going to sneeze. And that's the quickest way for me to mute the mic. Okay. Zero press and heat sets. Temperatures is set to. Not that one. Looks like this one. So this is the built-in supports they were talking about. It came off pretty nice. So these two get heat sets. You probably don't remember Kai Parthy. He's an innovator in 3D printing materials. The first wood fill, foaming, and filament for making molds. Interesting. I did not recognize that name, so I will be a member of that most people. Oh shoot. Well, I grabbed the zero press here to give it a go, but what I failed to remember is I have an M2 tip in there. That's fine. We can make it work. We can make it work. Just have to be a little extra careful with making sure it goes in straight. That's it. And what do I hold down the... Nope, that raises the temperature. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, well, let's unplug it. The Pine Sol, I still don't have the menu system memorized. Hey, Silenny. Did you reprint the ring on the press base? No, I cleaned up the base so it sits in there flush now. Okay, we are going to need to put some nuts in here. I like the Pine Sol very much. I just don't do enough things with it to memorize its controls. It's Well, it's very simple to use to just set temperatures and stuff. But, you know, the 2-button interface where you click and then click and hold type stuff, or you click 3 times to access something else, or that kind of stuff I don't have memorized. But to turn it on and change the temperature is very easy. It's to turn it off without just unplugging it. And that's why I just unplug them, is because I never remember what the process is, what the sequence of button presses is. So, why do we have 4? Why do we have 4 nuts in here? This doesn't have any mid-span clips, which I'm not thrilled with that. I'm not thrilled with that at all. I think it's going to bow. I think it needed mid-span clips, even on this size of printer. Not inspired to build a clipper press as per Vector 3D. Not right now. I can't add something like that to my to my project list. Let's see what we have here. It's a side. Those are those. Oh, it does have foam on the front door. Interesting. Got the top. Got all that in there. And that's done. So there's nothing, maybe handles. Maybe I'll leave them in there for now because taking them out is going to be kind of a pain. Okay. Let's do this then. Left side was this. Left side would be the spool holder. What length of screws were we using on these? 3x12s. Neighbor dog is not happy with something. You can hear him? You can hear him through the mic? Apparently. Okay, leave those somewhat loose for now. And then this one, nope. This one goes right here. Felix. Nope, Felix is hidden in the corner over here. I'll break them out here in a bit. I'll entice them with some treats. You can noise cancel drilling, but not doggos, apparently. That is kind of funny, huh? A growl I'm hearing? Where are you, Oscar? Are you guys both down here? Oh, hi. Thought I heard a cat growling, but they're not next to each other. Okay, now this one goes down here. We have an extra one at the bottom. I thought I paid attention to which embedded nuts I was going to be needing. Hey, Dan. And this guy goes right here. Nope, that's not Oscar toy. It's CPAP hose and its package. Okay, let's loosen these. Just aligning things. And then nice and nice looking. That's good. Where is Felix? Felix just growled. Why did you growl? Okay. Are you demanding treats? Is that what the deal is? Oscar is demanding treats. Okay. Get the other side. Oscar can be bribed. Oh yeah, Oscar has been my shop buddy the last few days because he's realized if he hangs out here with me, he can get treats. So he has very much been a shop buddy. He sits right there on that chair, and now we get a choice between Felix Cam or Oscar Cam. Not that one. What is this one? Not that one. Must be this one. Yeah. Why not both? Because they overlap the same space. I didn't want to use up too much of the screen real estate. Didn't think cats were trainable. Well, when treats are involved, they will tolerate Oh yeah, invisible on a black chair. Felix absolutely is difficult to deal with as a black cat. If I'm like at night in our hallway, if the lights aren't on, he is very easy to trip over. There we go. That is neat. It's how this all fits together. It's nice. I was able to train my cat to shake. I've been trying to kind of do a little bit of a like high fives. Nope, that's the bump. That's the nose. That's like, do you have treats? Do your fingers smell like treats? That's the question, isn't in his head. Do your fingers smell like treats? Yes? Okay. If not, go away. Oh, what are we looking at? We're back on the right panel now. Right side. Yeah, right side. That's back. That's right. That's back. Upper. Front lower should have a... I don't think I have the right part. I don't have one of these with a magnet in it. I printed everything that's in the thing, and this one doesn't have a magnet hole. What is this? I've got Oscar. Oscar has a little different face. Not as long of a nose as Charlie did. Charlie had a longer nose. I don't actually have this part. That's irritating. I have the other one. Does this part exist in the printed files is my question. Because I selected all and I hit print. Let's see. Let's see. We're here. Solid fork. STLs. Common. Panels. And now we have to figure out, is it a front door lower hinge side, or is it front door upper hinge front, or front door upper hinge top? Rear top left rear. Rear bottom right rear. Front door, okay, so right side panel top clip, side panel bottom clip, right top right rear, right top rear top, right bottom rear. I want front. Front door upper hinge side, front door lower hinge side. Let's just start clicking on them. Yeri, are you here? Nope. Okay, so it's not front door. And it's got to be on the right. Right bottom rear. Right top rear. Right top rear top. Right top rear right rear. Top right front. So what my question is, Yeri, does this one exist in the files? Because I didn't print it. I don't see it here. Getting a headache. I don't see it here. And I selected all and hit print. So I'm thinking this might be something. If anybody sees that in the files, here. I'm gonna continue, but this is the folder. I think that might be something that needs to be corrected. I'm just gonna put a regular one on for now. Because I have no idea. I could click on each of these. Okay, I'm gonna move on, and I'll revisit that later. It's not that one. Maybe it's a different looking one here. I think this one goes here because that has a magnet thing, and I think that one goes on the top. Maybe it's on a different surface than I'm expecting on these. No, because I've got all these here. This is all the things. Now it's possible I've dropped it somewhere else. I'm not gonna. Front door bottom. Nope, that goes on the door itself. Front door bottom.stl goes on the door itself. Gets taped. I need one with 2 bolt holes that goes on the bottom, and it's going to look, it should be something like this, but with a magnet hole in it. So I think that's, because there is a door piece that's gonna go, if we turn these over, we've got something like, I think this might go here, and this would go here. So I need one of these with a matching, magnet hole. And I think that might be missing, but I won't rule out just not seeing it. Side panel bottom clip. Side panel bottom clip. Okay, so that's it. So now the question is, did it fall out somewhere? Because that would be my next thing is, so it's there. That's good. Thank you, Yeri. It's there. And I hit select all and print. So that means it's got to be in my piles of junk somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Did I use it on the other side? No. Which one would that be? That would be this one. Let me see. Let me see. That's a good question. That's a good question. It would have to be this one here in order to be this one. So it's possible I used it right here. That is very possible. Let's get the rest of these on so I can... No better person to decode the thing than the person who made the mess in the first place, right? Did you see my bottom panel shenanigans earlier, Yeri? I think that goes right there. Did you see my bottom panel fun? Yep. I don't think my little solution there is the way to go, but it's what I did. Let's get this on so I don't have to reline it up. Then we'll check that one that it could be. It's very possible I put it in the wrong spot and didn't notice the magnet hole. The printed panel turned out well though. That was the Pio Poly carbon fiber PET G that came with the Magneto X. I wanted something for that, for basically a one-shot deal of getting that done. I needed something that was going to have minimal shrink. And for a piece that large, I would have had to compensate in ABS. I would have had to guess a compensation. Because that size of a piece is going to have some shrink across it. Okay, one more corner. I'll hold this well enough in place. Let's bring this up a bit. I cut these just a little short. Okay, we're gonna need a nut for down there. This, oh, I need to put a magnet in there. It's probably a good idea to do it now. And this is going to be the first one. How well does that fit? That's tight enough. I'm gonna leave it. It's just holding a door. I'm not gonna glue it. There we go. That's the first one. That is going to dictate the polarity on the rest of the magnets. Where will this stick? Does it stick anywhere? There we go. Stick there. Square. Something I didn't see, and did I miss it, Yeri? Is there a spool holder in the files? Oh, peel the paper. I was very proud of myself for remembering to peel this side. I was very proud of myself for remembering that. And then I went and forgot on this side. Thanks, Peter. Internally, I thought to myself, hey, you remembered. Good job. Did I get it? No. Keep missing it. Standard V0 spool holder should be in there? Where? Because I thought about that last night and I did a quick look. What folder is it in? Leave it stuck under there like any good Chinese manufacturer, then try and pick it out. Well, anything you buy is going to have that in there, right? Any appliance, anything. That's part of the fun, is trying to peel the plastic in one piece. Okay, those are on now. Let's see if my mistake was putting this in the back corner, because it's got to be this one, right? That's the only one that will go to this front corner. How much do we want to bet? Hey, Armor 3D, if you go to the description of any video, my printables profile, you'll find it there. Hey, look at that. Look at that. I'm glad I made that mistake and don't have to go print something. That means that this guy goes here. I made the mistake. Let's make sure I'm not making it again. Nope. Okay. You know what I would do, Yeri? I don't know that I would do this, but this is my initial thought. I would just put that magnet hole on every one of these because they're hidden anyway. I don't know that that's the greatest idea. That's just my quick thought on it. Okay. So that's going to go there. And I want the magnet to go the same way as this side. So let's go ahead and put that in. I think it would simplify things. The question I would have is, would it cause people to feel like they needed to put a magnet in every one of those holes and then just waste magnets? I don't know which is better. I feel like just putting that hole in every one would be fine. It would simplify things. You would have fewer parts out there. Of course, naming them would still be fun. I tease you about the naming, but I understand that it's not something that's easy to come up with. Tease you about the naming because it's fun, and I know you understand where it comes from. Alan, thanks for the gifted memberships. Is there benefits, compromises of using acrylic versus polycarbonate panels? Yes. So each of them have their pluses and minuses. What is it? Acrylic is more scratch prone than polycarbonate, or is it the other way around? I don't remember. Tab Plastics has a pretty decent little thing on the differences between acrylic and polycarbonate, if I remember right. There's temperature tolerance, scratch resistance, how it can be cut. You can't cut polycarbonate with a laser, is that right? But you can with acrylic. Acrylic is more scratch prone. Acrylic deforms at lower temps, but more scratch resistant. Put a small arrow on the back of the clip that indicates up. That would help identify them. Yeah. It's supposed to be 25 times harder, but not sure about the heat issue. PC can be bulletproof. Well, you can't cut polycarbonate with our CO2 lasers and stuff like that, at least. Emits chlorine when lasered. Knew there was something about it that made it a bad idea. Polycarbonate you want to machine. I cut this with my, I cut these down just with my table saw. Okay. Front and back, or sides and back panels are done. Guess we can put the top panel on. Shouldn't be any reason why not. Cast acrylic is harder than extruded acrylic. Oh yeah, there's a difference between types of acrylic. Right. I've got lots of extra nuts in the frame here, it looks like. Lots of extra nuts in the frame. How does this go? Does this do something like, yeah, something like that? Because that's where the door goes. And something like that. And that. Then like that. That's where these go. Cold rolled versus hot rolled. You don't see safety glasses made from acrylic. Yeah, polycarbonate is less shadow, or is more shatter resistant, right? Need to order from Rat Rig, but struggling to find supplier that will ship to me. Lots of extra nuts in chat too. That's true, Mad Cat. That is very true. Sharpie not required. Yeah, they're completely covered. How are we doing? We are at 56 minutes until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. So be sure to enter. Roll of Polymaker filament, then I'll give away 5 gifted memberships. I was actually, we had the whole thing with the bottom panel, but I was really worried we'd even have 3 hours worth of stuff today, and we've got way more than 3 hours worth of stuff. They will rattle nicely when you do your input shaper. I've got a plan for that. I've got a plan. I've got a bunch of set screws, little stainless set screws. If I put one of those in them and very lightly tighten them, it will hold them in place. My other plan is probably, I kind of like the idea of doing mid-span clips for stuff. Hey, Jeffrey from Utah. Oh, that'll be interesting. We've got values for input shaper. We'll see what those look like with it all enclosed, huh? Long time no watch. Well, welcome back. Can you do a before and after so we can see how they affect input shaper? Yeah, remind me. I like the idea. So the 1515 and preloaded nuts thing, the LDO has those post-install nuts available, but they don't work in this because this maker beam extrusions that I'm using here don't have the same profile as, oh, I thought I had one handy. I guess I don't. Where did it go? I just looked at it. Oh. I've been depriving you guys of dual kitty sleeping. Where did that go? I had right around here the, oh, there they are. Thought I laid eyes on them. Here, we'll get a good look at the difference here. This is a good look at the difference. See that? This is an LDO profile. That's the maker beam profile. So if you take Is it in here? Yeah. Have some of the LDO. So these LDO nuts have some significant chamfers on the side of them. You can see that to where this will go in and drop into place. And then you do a little printed spacer that you can drop in here as well. And if you get this in here just right, you can push that printed spacer underneath and it kind of helps hold it in, right? That's how those LDO post-install 1515 nuts work. So, but you can't do that because this profile prevents that nut from dropping into place because of these extra bits down here. I'm a missing member of the Steve Builds community. A little over a year now. Yep. These guys are doing their best to fill that void. And they're doing a pretty good job of it. They are doing a pretty good job of it. Hey, Dan. Welcome. Bartos, thanks for being a member for 2 years. Thanks for being here. There. I can use the other pieces to mostly line that up. The beard is feeling a little bushy today. Beard is feeling a little bushy. I'm way overdue for a haircut. Well, that's interesting. See if I can get in there, and it looks like the backing was, and that was at the end. I think the backing was doubled up there. It might have been where they were splicing it. You see that? Wonder if I can get in there and get that out of there. Yeah, because that just pulled right out. Can I pull that out? Go. Gently get this. Use my thumb to help guide it, I think. There we go. As that compresses, that'll take care of it. Yeah, that wasn't a reflection. That was a bit of extra backing. And I did get a glimpse of that when I was installing that. I didn't do anything about it because I forgot to double check. Nice little fitment of everything on the back here, on the corners, I mean. Okay. Tuxedo, member for almost 2 years. Thank you. Late yesterday, but I swear it was for science. These were the orange written in red ink extrusions from the V0 update, which I had replaced with black extrusions. Okay. Yeah, see? I think this needs, see that? It needs some mid-span clips, Yeri. I think it needs some mid-span clips. Okay. Let's do this. This. Little gap there that would be fixed with some mid-span clips. Okay, so magnets here on the front door. This will be interesting because I did cut this a little short, so I need to make sure I get everything lined up. It's more important to get everything lined up. All that leaking hot air, I know. You cutting John off at the pass. Story with the new kittens. This is Oscar and Felix in that order, left to right. They are a week shy of 7 months old. We got them at 10 weeks old in August. And they are litter mates. Will be called something like rear, mid, left, rear, mid. Gotta add it. You gotta have to have two mids in there. Okay, so this is gonna go here with a bolt in there. And actually, how is this? So there is something. Okay, let's look at the instructions. Is that a mid too far? Maybe. Oh, we got an extra door clip, so we got a mid door clip. Okay, that's good. That's a good thing. So something about, I saw, okay, so that's side, that's rear side, that's that side, and oh, do we need, oh shoot, we needed to put this in here. We got a mid here. Okay, we need to put this on the side here, which means we need to take these two panel clips off to put two nuts in the middle there. So let's do that before we get too far here. Let's do that before we get too far. So just this top stuff needs to come off. That's easy enough. Let's see if I can do this. Let's pull that one, and will this? Nope, I think I'm just gonna have to suck it up and pull it all the way off. Yep. That dropped. Pull this off. Polymaker filament giveaway in 42 minutes. We got nearly 300 people here and just over half of you have liked. which is good, but it could be better. I lose 5 people immediately when I say have people liked. 6 people. Okay, these 2 are gonna go here. What size are those? M3x12 still. Okay. Gotta go, things to be done. Have a great rest of the stream. See you, John. Have a good one. Doing my microns, I always add some extra nut or 2 because it seems like you always need to mount something more. Is it an LDL frame though, Nergoret? Because those post-install nuts would work really well. Okay, we are going to just make sure we're putting them in the same. Oh, those are gonna need glue. These are different sizes than these, Yeri. These are different sizes. These are loose. Are those different sizes in CAD? $250 likes and Pathetic will gift more memberships. I have 1 million M3 nuts. True. Same size in CAD? Really? Because these pressed in and they're printed in the same orientation. They're printed in the same orientation and these pressed in and these will not. These are loose. Oh, these guys have their moments. Did you just double check or are you going by memory there, Yeri? I'll put some glue in here, I guess. Just little dabs. If they were printed in different orientations, then that's one thing. But since they're printed in the same orientation, I'm really surprised. I would be surprised if they're the same in CAD. Let that dry for a bit since those aren't being held. A dabadoya. Dabba dabba dab. About your very poor memory. Well, put it in your notes to check. Put it in your notes to check. Still little kids, hopefully play fighting. Oh yeah, they play fight like crazy. Now, that doesn't mean they don't get annoyed at each other. Especially Felix gets really annoyed at Oscar. Is this the one that goes here? Yeah. Felix. Oscar can be a real turd to Felix. April was saying that she was petting Oscar on our bed yesterday, and then she moved over. They were laying next to each other. She moved over to pet Felix, and Oscar literally went and grabbed her arm. Hey, Down Under Maker. Good morning. Okay, so now I still haven't bought one of those fancy mid rulers that Bill was showing off. So Let's see what we got here. Under the both girls, Lucy is almost 5 and Mike is 1.5. So what do you have? A little under 160 to there, 150. Shift this over a bit. 155, 150, 154. I think this should be 155 on both sides. If I'm being careful about where they go. Nope. Needs to be a little. Yep, there we go. See how much that compressed that quite a bit. Little concerned with how much that compressed that, so I'm going to loosen it up just a little bit. Hopefully it stays in place pretty good. Hey PF Dennis, welcome. You didn't remind me. There you go, Jack. A little late. A little late. Thanks, Keith. You don't even get credit there. Let's do this. It's a centering ruler. What's the actual term for it? It basically starts at 0 in the center and goes out to either end. That way you can put something in your reference in the middle and you can move it until it's equal on both sides. It's just a neat little tool. You were more than 5 seconds there. You're more than 5 seconds there. Doesn't count. You don't get credit. We're at 190 likes, 291 people here, according to my view. Oh. Okay, now we can get back to getting this panel on. So that's there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bill linked one in the tool chat on my Discord. Okay, so all of these are going to go something like this. Oh, I forgot to put the top one on. But that's okay. We'll keep going with this. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. And welcome. Hi, Jarrett. Okay, so that goes there, that goes on there, that goes there, and then the left side. So now we had some built-in supports that get removed. We put in the heat sets. I need to figure out how to get it in Poland. Oh, yeah. 0 centering ruler. Now 3x6 millimeter foam tape for the front door. I'm really curious about that now that I look at this, Yeri. Are you still here? Because, am I missing something? There is no room for 6 millimeter tape on this. this is not 3 millimeters of space there. Yes, you're way ahead of the game there now. That's a little too early to remind me. I'm going to forget by the time I get there. You remind me this early. Was there actually a difference in the size there on those magnet holes? Yeri? So here's what I'm concerned about. There is not 3 millimeters of space there. And we still need to put a millimeter of VHB there. You still need to attach this to the panel, which is going to need VHB, which is going to take a millimeter. They were 6.2 instead of 6.05. So that looks to be about 2 millimeters there. We're not going to be compressing 3 millimeter foam tape. Whoa. Do you really need the VHB though? There's no way for this to attach to this unless you use glue, but glue is not a good idea. It's just squish for a super seal. So we could do VHB because that looks like 2 millimeters. So we could do VHB and 1 millimeter foam tape. Acetone weld it? Well, that's acrylic or polycarbonate. I don't remember what this is. Give it the clamps. Yeah, that's right at 2 millimeters. So I think what we'll do to keep using this stuff is I'm going to use 1 millimeter of VHB and I'm going to use 1 millimeter foam tape. I'm going to use 1 millimeter of VHB and 1 millimeter of foam tape. So what happened? All the centering rules I'm seeing are imperial scale, not metric. So CAD error, the panel was misaligned in CAD. Oh. Okay. That's okay. For my build, I'm going to do, so note, look at the updates after Yeri implements them on what to do for the front panel. So the panel and tape overlap instead of stacking on each other. Got it. Well, I'm going to use 1 millimeter of each and mine will be fine. But if you're watching this later, check the latest documentation for what the recommendation is. We've got front door stuff. I think many beta testers used mini fridge doors. And that's kind of one of the problems with some of the beta testing I see is folks like to do what they like instead of how the build was intended. There's a lot of beta stuff I've been involved in where the first thing people say is, how can I modify this for my uses? Not how can I provide feedback for this project. When you have someone like Yeri trying to put out something for the masses and everyone wants to do something different, maybe it means that you need to change the thing for the masses, but also sometimes those reasons are that that thing, like the fridge door, adds a significant cost to the build. You have additional extrusions, that kind of stuff. So. Yeah, exactly, Maurice. But On the other hand, this is all a hobby. This is all fun for us. So it's just stuff we do. Okay, we're gonna apply VHB. And so what I think I am going to do is attach these hinges first. I think we attach the hinges and I place the panel where I want it, and then I rotate the hinge into place. That'll get it. Maybe I'll put the foam tape on the panel first, place it where I want it, and then rotate the hinge into place. And then on this side, I'll let the magnet align it, because this, in aligning it in this direction, if I try to just like put this in the corner, it's gonna be way off over here type thing. Enjoy the rest of the stream. See you in the next one. See you, Armor 3D. I know it doesn't work. Act like you're coming at it with fresh eyes. Hard to find people that do that. I don't want to poo-poo on the people that are offering or working in a beta or whatever, but sometimes it gets a little frustrating as a developer to be managing a project where folks just want to do their own thing instead. I didn't have my solid 4 frame until after beta 1.1. Did what we could with CAD. Those hinges 180 or 270 degree. Looks like we go in here 90 degree swing. So neither. What do we got? 24 minutes, and we only have 48 more likes until Pathetic Puma said he'd give more memberships. I do not want to hold him to that. There's no reason to hold him to that. But it would be neat to hit 250 likes. Okay, let's put some VHB on this. Also want to see, is there, oh, so here's something to look for when you're doing a, there is usually a bow to these panels. I don't know if you can see it, and I think the camera might be making it worse than it is too. But there is a bow to that panel, and I think I'm doing it correct. I want that bow to be towards the inside for the door, because that'll pull it closer on the corners. I am not suggesting that. I'm saying that there's, I don't know what I'm saying. I'll shut up. I need 1mm foam tape here. Do I have 1mm foam tape? There it is. Same stuff, but in 1mm or 16th inch, whatever it ended up being. I don't remember what the... Exactly. There you go, Bob. Thank you for using better words. Okay. Same deal. Same deal. Think, oh, that's not the angle. Whoop. Whoop. And whoop. At least it was an odd number there, Joey. least there was an odd number there. Perfect. Cut this one a little long just so I don't screw it up. Hey, Dr. Dave. I have not mentioned that. Thanks for bringing it up. I appreciate it. I have not mentioned that once this stream. Yeah, Iconic Fab. Welcome. This inventory of stuff is built up over quite some time, and it comes in handy. Anybody thinks foam on frame, it's perfectly okay. No, I don't have any problems with someone being wrong. It's fine. Not gonna judge. Turn off lights. Was that just the shade? Just put it on both. Hey Garrett, welcome. We're working on the front door clips now to fix this. Cool. Okay, this can go back in there, that can go back in there. I think I'm done with foam tape. Done with foam tape. Tried it up and running last night again. Awesome. Okay, this is the rougher side, so I want that down. Put the seal in the car door or the frame. Yeah, see? See? I had to think about that for a second to make sure that your argument was in my favor before I... Okay. Okay, so now I want to make sure that I've got all of this kind of centered. Centered on all of truck has seal on the door frame and the door. I don't think that's allowed. You have to choose. You can't ride the fence on this one. All this tape that I put on this, let's recycle. All this tape that I used to protect this to recycle it. To hold this in place so I don't shift it in between doing stuff. It's a little different. Something like here. Here. Okay, so now that, just lining everything up to the best ability. I didn't shift it. That looks all square and everything. Aluminum panels and weld it. That'd be perfect. Okay. Yeah, and see, I'm dual purposing it. I did use it to protect this panel when I was cutting it down. I needed to cut it down. And now I use it to hold that in place. So what size screws go into these hinges too? What size screws? We got an M3 by 40s. M3 by 40. Are these both M3 by 40? I guess so. They look the same height. Okay. Picture scale is different. Different. Which one is the 40? Are these the 40? Yep. 2 M3 by 40s. and VHB. VHB. So this one goes here. So let's get a piece of, let's clean this up. Okay, just gonna go, so this goes here, doesn't quite, so I think I'm gonna go about 1 millimeter in on each side. That's pretty much perfect, I think. This side, I'm gonna clean this up. What do we got? 10 minutes till giveaway time. 25 likes to go. There we go. So that's gonna go there. Screw down through there. Okay. Goes there. And this one goes here. Nope, I'm not gonna be able to. I'll just cut that off square. Same thing will go. Could just use that piece. There we go, right like that. And do right like that. Although that's not a lot of surface area there for the VHB. I've never heated up VHB before application. Is that a good idea? It's not really cold here though. My environment here is not really cold. So I don't know if ambient, I would imagine ambient has something to do with that. Yeah, that'll be good. And this screw goes there. Okay, so now this is all in place. So I should be able to open these up, peel the VHB, have a better set of tweezers. A little pointier, easier to grab somewhere here. Maybe. Maybe not. Nope, not those. Nope. Try so hard not to make noise to disturb the kitties, and I'd make a noise. Oh, I'll use these. Yeah, I've got these, but I have some better ones with little pointier tips that are good for peeling the VHB like this. I don't know where I put them though. I have a set out here. I have a set in the other garage. Oh well, this'll do okay. There we go. They are awfully cute, aren't they? So now it should just be a matter of turning this in and pressing. Since I got everything locked in place. There we go. Yeah, these I have are blunt tip. I don't use these for much. I have some pointy tip ones. Okay, so the door would open and close now. Now we want it to, well, that's interesting. Okay, oh yeah, you want a lip so you can grab it. That's right. Snap goes the acrylic. It's not that weak. I wasn't putting that much weight on it. Okay, we got to do that. Now we have this guy, which needs a magnet. So we're going to put a magnet there, and a magnet there, and a magnet there, and I need 2 more magnets. Do I need to, here, let's see. No, it's kind of on the edge. I might put a little bit of glue in there. Yeah, well, we'll put some glue in there. What do we got? 4 minutes and 18 likes to go. 4 minutes. Can we get 18 likes in 4 minutes? Collie, thanks for being a member for 30 months. Oh, we're not quite ready yet. I know we got to remove the paper, and I appreciate the reminder. Okay, those are glued in place. I'll give you 3 likes. Perfect. Take everyone I can get. What's this? Oh, that's a nice press fit. That'll be fine. So, oh yeah, that's a good press fit. So that goes there, and then 1 more. Oh, we got the ready. Yeah, that's plenty of press. 250 likes. Awesome. In and out. Are the panels warped or something? No, panels are fine. We're just holding them in place so that things don't shift as we put the rest of these bits and pieces on. We're almost done. Almost. We're in the last little bits. I got 2 minutes. 2 minutes till giveaway. Can we do the last little bit here before the giveaway, and then we can just do some little configuration and some printing and put that right there. Scissors would work for this too. I just like the getting it real close with the flush cutters. Hey, Vincent. Happy New Year. And then I can just clean up the little bits. That goes there. Same deal here. We can probably just use the offcut here on here. Okay, there. It is giveaway time. I'm going to do these real quick before we actually start it. So you have 3 seconds to get entered. 3 seconds. 3 seconds plus VHB tape. Okay, so I'm going to put that right there and gently lower it into place. Stays lined up on this side. Press to make it permanent. Same thing over here. 3 seconds without a new entry. I'm going to assume there's been a new entry even though I've looked, so I'm going to start over. 3 seconds. Cheesy potato. Time to go for a sandwich. It's a burrito. It's a burrito. I know there was some misconception on sandwich at one point, but it was a burrito. That in place. Okay, I'm sure we've had a new one, so I'm going to start over. 3. Should use regular, the thin VHB. I think I have some in here. We get the panels on before the giveaway, so we're starting the countdown over a few times because we'll have the very longest 3-second countdown technically. Ew. The one thing with VHB is everything sticks to the side of it, including its packaging. There we go. See, this I barely even have to trim. Go straight on. Three, 2. Oh, there's got to have been one. I got to assume there was one. Just entered, restart your count. Okay, awesome. I appreciate the heads up. 3, 2, 1.5. Okay, this one's going to be a little more tricky. You got to really rely on the, oh. Okay, that one obviously wasn't clean enough. 3, 2, trying to finish. Okay, I'm gonna clean this off. I should have cleaned all of them. I should have cleaned all of them. If this fails, it'll be failed because I didn't clean them all. VHB is only permanent when you want to remove it and only removable when you want it to be permanent. Mm-hmm. We'll get this. Almost there. Almost there. Do I need to restart? Did we get a new entry? New entry. We're like 10 seconds from having the panels done. Okay. Piece of... Why are you stuck in there? Well, that's kind of weird. Where did you come from? There we go. There we go. We're done. We are done. Okay. Let's see where we're at. We are... Where are we? Admiral Adama, thanks for being a member for 6 months. Catch up here. So, I'm assuming that we've had several new entries, so I'm just going to start over now. So 3, 2, and this is for real. This is for real, for real. Give me the upper right corner. Oh, I need to put this on. Yeah, that's okay. We'll do the giveaway. 2, 1. Oh, I gotta go to the little publish thing. And half. Okay, I think everybody got in. Everybody got in because it hasn't moved. And we're done. Blank it out. Really, really, really. It didn't move there. So if you were waiting till the very, very, very last second, too bad. Ugh. Just to finish off, right before we actually draw, put our here. Now it's truly done. Now we can do the draw. Okay. Wheel of names. Get rid of yesterday's. Delete. Let's create the sheet. You didn't enter BBs. Why not? How many did we get? Okay. How many? 330 people here. Wow. Okay. Keith Kuda got in first one. Who got in last? Making a mess on here. Who got in last? Yesterday was a fun stream. Awesome. Glad you think so. I like your icon and your name there. Moose 3D got in last. Dan's 3D Prints, thanks for becoming a member. Let's do a boring number 1 to 21. 1 to 21. 1 to 21. How many times are we going to spin? 1 to 21. Let's see. Cryptic said 6. We're going to do 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pathetic Puma forgot to enter. Here we go. Who's going to get it? Roll a Polymaker filament or a coupon. Little Brat. We know that name. And I see Little Brat just said 10. I didn't shuffle it 10 times, but Little Brat is here. You got to say you're here, though. I want to hear. I want to see it. Little Brat, are you here? Are you still here? Are you here as of 5 seconds ago? Good job. Congrats. Let's copy that. I am very proud of myself for being prepared on a consistent basis to do this instantly. Instantly. Instant gratification. Let's see, everything's good there. Everything's good. Date's right. Email's in. Email is correct. And send. Congrats. Cats need a bigger bed. No, this is just, they're snug. They're snug. Congrats, Little Brat. Thanks for viewing. Thanks for entering. Thank you, Polymaker, for letting me do that, because it's fun. In regards to shipping filament, how long do you think it takes? Wondering when I should expect a tracking number, or if I should. That's a great question, Ella. I have no idea. I have no idea. You entered everything? Pathetic Puma, thanks for the gifted memberships. If it has been an unreasonable amount of time, Ella, feel free to DM me and we will, I'll help look into it. So, I don't know. You can define unreasonable. I'll let you define that. So when you feel like it's been too long, then let me know and I'll accept that and reach out. So, PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let me unpin this, thanks to Andres' reminder. And get this over to the still reasonable winter holidays and all. But when it hits that point where you feel like it's been too long, let me know and I'll help. That and PF Dennis, a member for 20 or 32 months. Here's to 2025. Yep. Okay, let's close that. Back. Not there. That was that thing that someone told me about. I've got it there as a reminder. Get something for being so close. Next time. For all the new members today, we are doing the Reaper, the 3D Sets Reaper build next. That's the next, later this month. Probably the 18th or the 25th. I think that's the, is that correct on the Saturdays? The 18th or the 25th, I'm not sure yet. Oh. Okay. So, let's peel it all, because this doesn't look quite as appealing as it could. Yeah, we'll just do the front first. Whatever. Oh, close. Ew, that was a lot. That film was hiding an ugly cut there. That was my cut. I cut it down to size. I'm glad I put that on the bottom. Now I'm going to take the tacky side and Use it to get the residue. How long will it stay unscratched? Negative amount of time. It's probably already scratched. Looks like I got. Yes. Oscar has started shedding. I hope he doesn't shed as bad as Charlie did. Charlie shed like clumps. This is the first time this salad fork has been properly enclosed. It never got a proper enclosure last time because those panels were too tall and I never got around to trimming them. You are not wanting to. There we go. Best way to trim panels. Mine were cut 10 millimeters too long. I used my table saw. With a crosscut sled that I made. Okay, last panel. Table saws are scary. I'm missing a corner of my middle finger there because of a table saw. See ya, Aberondama. More dangerous when you stop being scared. Yeah, that was a refresher in my respect of for a table saw. That's for sure. Here we are. Oh, that's as far as it opens. That would be nice if that was a little more there, Yeri. And I know this shape here is what you're trying to maintain. I don't know if it's worth cutting some out here or just giving up some of that. That's as far as it opens. Which I agree. It could do with some more. Okay, never mind the blade. Kickback is the real danger of the table saw. Yeah, the blade got me though. The blade got me. Using it tired, in a hurry, the usual story, right? That's the usual story. Okay, let's get those fans working. Yeah, that is good. The door feel is strong with this one. Ooh, bandsaws scare me too. Bandsaws scare me too, and so do lasers. I like my eyes. I like my eyes. All that shows is that every one of these tools has a minimum and acceptable level of, you need a degree of respect and caution when using all of these tools. Every one of them has something that'll bite you. Got really lucky, can still count to 10, yeah. Yeah, I got really lucky. So I had you can see the shape of my middle finger there is not quite the same as the shape of my other middle finger. See that? So I have a scar across here and a slight reduction in sensation in my nail, but I'm surprised I have a nail. So it caught the tip of this finger and here, and that was from rotating. I was standing on this side of the table saw and I rotated and my hand touched the blade as it was spinning down. Well, Jackie, thanks for becoming a member. Screaming Machines of Death, yep. I was very lucky. I was very lucky, and I'm very lucky to have like no loss of, I mean, I've got the fingernail, have everything. I got extremely lucky. That was November of 2017, I think. Oh, damage to your retina from someone hacking open a DVD drive on an Xbox as a teenager. Wow. 35 years ago in high school shop class, long hair and a drill press. Yep. And see you, Jackie. Thanks for becoming a member. Okay, let's get on to the second thing I wanted to do today, which was I want these fans to actually work, and the fans don't work right now. So let's power on. Yeah, it's very easy to get caught up in not being afraid of certain machines, not understanding what the danger points are. Wonder if saw stop would fire when the motor had been shut down, but the blade was still spinning. I believe so, Kenneth. I'm not sure, but I would be very surprised if they had a gap in their safety bit that large. Either that or they have a brake on it where when it turns off, it stops quicker. I don't know. It could. You know, when it's spinning down, it wouldn't be as effective because it relies on the inertia of the blade for that stop to work. See, Andres. Back to bed mesh. Do you clear bed mesh before loading or running adaptive? As I see in mine, I do. I do not. I do not. No, let me take that back just for a complete answer. Just making sure that my NG code didn't do it, and it does not. It does not. Jams an aluminum block into the blade, but it relies on the inertia of the blade for that to work, right? No, it has a little explosive, or it's not an explosive. It's a thermal. It heats up a piece to release a very heavy spring, right? Is that what it does? Might be mixing up a few different things I've watched on YouTube. Is it gas charge or is it a like a fuse? All front door parts are now updated. Panel DXF files all updated. CAD updated. All pushed to repo. Awesome. Thanks, Yeri. Okay. Has a pyrotechnics device to release a stop that embeds in the blade. Gas charge. Okay. Like I said, I've watched quite a bit because especially after I did this, I did a lot of research into alternate saws. I have not bought one yet, but I have an extra healthy dose of respect working around it now. Okay, let's do this. And let's go here. And I want to see how are fans, like controller fans, defined in RepRap Firmware. So we want to just search for fan. See what connecting and configuring fans. Depends on the model. Some are composition, explosive charge, others are spring-loaded to jam the blade. Yeah. Not great on your saw though, from 1000 RPM to 0. No, but it's a lot better than your fingers. I'd rather have my fingers than a well-working saw. Anyway, on to RepRap Firmware configuration. So we have various fans, and we're not really too concerned about the duet stuff. We're just looking for configuration. Fan wire connecting fans to duet fan pins. Fan modes. So thermostatically controlled fans. If you have a unique issue, you find the guy in the shop that has the longest beard and preferably missing a finger because he's probably seen it. But you were very thankful when you did that to your finger. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Many hot ends require a fan to keep the heatsink cool. G-code controlled fans. Let's see if there are examples. This is more how to wire fans. You probably just want to read M106. So that's this guy here. That's the command. But I was hoping it had some using fan connectors for other functions. That's not what we want. Okay, so let's just look up that M106. So fan. They released them during a correctional hearing. It was bizarrely dramatic. Oh, but big money on a safety device. Yeah, I get that. Okay, so we have a fan number, the fan speed, enable thermostatic mode and select sensor monitor, disables thermostatic mode, relates a sensor number. What I want, here's what I want, Nergorod. Maybe you can help guide me here so it doesn't take me forever to figure this out. I have two fans in the electronics bay, and they're connected to two different ports, and I want one of them to be on all the time. So I'm just gonna set one of them. That'll be easy. I can set one of them to be on all the time at like 60%. So it's just constantly flowing air in there. And I want one of them to turn on as a controller fan when the steppers turn on. What do we... Is there such a thing as a controller fan in RepRap Firmware? Not actually seeing it skimming on this. Let's set the one fan up. Let's get one fan blowing to start. So we need an M106, and we need to know what ports I plug these into. Let's see. Let's grab this one. This is the Mellow Super 5. Gloomy. Will that bring me up? Where's the Team Gloomy stuff? It doesn't really matter. The Team Gloomy or whatever, it doesn't really matter. I just need Super 5 pins because I know I plugged it into the fans. Really all I need is this guy right here. There's a setting within configuration.adv. So I've plugged them into fan 3 and fan 2. So we have PA3 and PA2. So we are going to, I don't know that it matters. They're both right next to each other. I just want them to turn on and have extra flow when it's running. So let's just say we'll do PA2 as the constant fan. So we're gonna say M106. We're gonna call this, let's go back to, let's go here. You can either set thermostatic it off the MCU temp or just turn it on when it's printing via start-stop G-code. Let me look to see if there's a way to do it off energized drivers. That's what I was curious. Because most, I mean, I know in Marlin and Clipper, you can just do it off of energized drivers. I would imagine there's a way to do it here, but I'm not sure. So let's go in, so we're in the Duet Web Control. In our config G, we have other M106s here. So they're down here. So fans. So we've got P0 and P1 already defined. M950 is what we need to create it. Okay. So let's look at, let's grab a new. What are we config? Jeffrey, are you talking about Marlin or am I missing something? This isn't Marlin. Configuration advanced.h sounds like a Marlin thing. We're not doing Marlin. We got RepRap firmware here. Okay, M950. This is create. Oh, here we go. This might be what it, let's look at this. M950 is create heaters, fans, GPIO ports, spindles. Okay, so this is just what we're doing. We're doing M950F, or, oh, yeah, F. So we're gonna go M950F2, and then C, and then this is PA2, right? I got rid of the, I recycled that page. Why did I do that? Oh, no, there it is. PA2. Go. And then M106. This will be P2. Start printing macro seems the easiest way to achieve this. Okay. Maybe I'll do it on the heater, on the bed then. If the bed's heating up, then, because I'm not going to be creating, I'm not going to be printing cold. You can't see what I'm typing because it doesn't go down far enough and I'm in the way. I guess I swallow my pride and I get rid of me. This is where we are. So I created the fan with the M950 command, so configured it. Now we're gonna go and set it up. So we have a fan number, and then and then I'm going to say about 60%. So S, so that's going to be the speed that I want it to run by default. Not seeing a good way to do it with energized drivers. I'm going to just do it on the bed temp. I'm going to do it on bed temp. I'm going to say if bed temp is greater than whatever our, what is 50, or it's greater than 50 C. Hey, Jack Black, haven't seen you in a while, right? Have you been around? AI crashed. S. Our speed here was, I wanted this to run, I'm just gonna guess, let's say 50%. The range here is 0 to 255. So let's say S125. Somewhere about that. And I don't think we need a maximum fan speed because I'm just going to leave that as static. Enable thermostat. I'm not enabling thermostatic mode. I think that's fine, right? And then we can call it C. We can call it a name if we want. Say C. Does that work? Will that show up in our... Don't we run duet on this one? We do. Yep, that's what we're doing right now. And then M950 F3 and oops, CPA3. And then M106 P3. And then this one is going to be thermostatically controlled, which this is, it's basically the same as the hot end fan, which is this one. It turns on at 45 degrees. So we can basically duplicate this. S0. What is B0? What is B on the 106? B is blip time. Fan will be run at full PWM for this number of seconds when started from standstill, which means that there is a 100 millisecond burst after starting the fan. If that's there by default, it's probably because these things tend to need it. So let's do a B0.1 and the other one as well. B0.1. And then H0 is the heater, is the bed heater. That's what we're going to base our heater, our temperature on. And I'm going to say this is going to turn on every time the temperature of the bed is over 50. Does that make sense? And we can call this, I'm going to just call it controller fan because that's basically what I want it to be. So heater 1 is the, here, if we look up here, further up here, Jack, heater 1 is our hot end, Heater 0 is the bed. So that's how I know which one I should be using. Right here, this line here defines the hot end fan and it's pointing to heater 1. So this one we're pointing it because I want it to just run in the controller based on the bed heater. So I think, so speak up if I missed anything. Yes, but it is first. Okay. Let's do that. And that means that the fan, when this restarts, the one fan should just turn on, right? It did. It did. It's on. And the other one is off. Look at that. Things work. I don't know if you'll be able to see. Put it all the way down. Yeah. So that one's off. That one's on. Not using a heater, you're using the sensor. The numbers match, but splitting hairs just not to get confused. Oh, I see. I see. As close as to lose a finger when belt slipped off a lawnmower. Ew. So now if I heat up the bed to 55, let's just heat it up to 55. It is going to heat up. Evidence. Isn't it magical? Isn't it magical? So when that hits, it's at 20, it's at 28 now. That hits 50, that fan should turn on. And it's going to turn on faster than the other one. I should hear it because it should turn on full speed. We're at 36 degrees. Remember, this is only a 60 watt heater, I think. I think this is a default little 60 watt heater. I don't know if you're still here, Yeri, but something I would check in your CAD is that the little magnet holder for the clasp for the door, that seemed to compress it seems to have compressed the foam on the side panel, and there it goes, turned on at 50 degrees. Sweet, it worked. And it is louder because it's running at 100% right now. That's probably not a bad thing. Get some extra flow in there. Anyway, check to make sure that that dimension is correct for holding that panel in place. Was it off? Okay, cool. I just thought about that because I was looking at this side of the printer. Okay, what are we... I'm going to get this heating up to 100. This guy here. Oops. Whoop. This guy. This thing. For the door. This guy. That guy seems to be compressing the panel more than the corner pieces. More than these pieces. Before that gets too toasty, make sure that I got some vision miner on there, so should be fine. But I'm gonna keep this easy. We're just gonna throw a Voron cube at it. We're gonna throw a Voron cube in some color, whatever ABS I can find out here. Ooh, maybe we'll do it in this LDO teal, LDO dark teal. It's right here, it's easy. And where is my MMU? What's this? Dusty. I want that to be something like that. Going to add a Nevermore? Probably not. Probably not. That's an interesting... Oh, that's why. It was stopping there right before it entered the the extruder, and I thought that's an interesting spot for it to get hung up on. And I realized, oh yeah, I still have some PLA in there because I didn't want to heat it back up last time. So let's heat up the hot end. Let's get that. There we go. Just some of that green. Might as well throw this in there while I'm at it. Did every printed part change, Yeri? Did every printed part change on this for 1.1? Okay, there we go. All right, point that back. Okay, we don't need that to be, let's go there. Cool down the hot end just a little bit. Need to update my doomed fork. I'm gonna do an ABS print on this. The bed's at 80C. Did every printed part change on this? Are there any printed parts that didn't change for 1.1? If you were to add an Evermore circulation fan, you'd want to re-PID the bed. Mm-hmm. That needs a mid-panel clip. I'd add a mid-panel clip. That one, of course, is being held there. Top's not as important, but on this side it might be. It would be handy, I think, to have mid-panel clips. Mid-panel clips all around. Maybe the DIN clips. Oh, these, I'm pretty sure. Oh, the DIN clips, yeah. Print one of the key ones to just twist in. The problem is with these the maker beam extrusions here, those kind of things don't tend to work all that great. What are you doing? You're being nice? Okay, as long as you're being nice. Okay, let's see what we are going to do here. Let's go back to, we want, do I have a solid fork? Yep. I want that. Okay. Is that the LDO stuff? What LDOs? Oh, the filament, yes. Yes, the filament is LDO. Okay, we are going to set up, all this should be fine. Let's go to a solid fork. Sure. This is something I had changed. What did I do there? Let's just save that. And then solid fork. Did I have a profile for solid fork? What did I use? Huh. I don't know what I used when I was printing on this before. Just use a V0? let's just grab that. Discard all that. Okay, let's tweak some of this for... Do you have any pressure advanced set? Yeah, over here, I think I did it in M572. Yeah. Yeah, the... Oh, I can... Hello, I'm back. Oh, Felix is going. Okay. And let's save this as an ABS profile. And I don't know if we need more or less typically, but we'll just leave it where it's at. This again is not going to be a tuned profile. Cooling is going to be less though. Cooling, let's set the cooling max, let's just go 50%. And our temperatures, I'm just gonna pull about 250 and we'll do 100 on the, just some guessing. Oh yeah, this is 2.9. Yeah, both cuts are out of the way. Are you guys ready for treats? They're probably ready for treats. We'll get this printing and then we'll do treats and then we'll sign off. Let's go to the platter. If anything's on there, let's go here. And let's go to print files, my calibration print, and a Voron cube. Sure. Voron cube. So, we probably don't need, let's go up here. We don't need 4 perimeters. Let's just do 2. Infill, sure. What about speed? Probably leave that. That. Let's see what this says. A 53-minute cube, that'll be fine. We'll see how it turns out and then adjust from there. Cool. Over here, we are almost up to temperature on the... I feel like I got something in my eye. There we go. Okay. It is not going to be heat soaked. It is not going to be heat soaked. What are we doing here? Let's check our here. That should all be fine. Yeah, I think everything's okay. We are on that, so are we ready to go? Let's go ahead and send it. See what happens. I think we do all of the homing and yeah, G32, all that stuff in the slicer. Okay, I'm just gonna send this. Maybe we'll use this camera. I can get a lot closer here. Maybe? We'll see. Send it. Upload and print. Hey, buddy. Just gonna watch it to make sure we get a... Yep. Yep. Little adjustment. I'll probably switch cameras. This camera isn't all that great. Let's get this one all staged. Go there. So much better. So much better. What sensor is that? The probe for Z. I'm using a Revo PZ in here. Oh, and I want to watch this. I need to make sure that this. Okay, it's looking good. First layer looks good. Might be tiny bit squished, but I'm not going to worry about that. No mesh. Although I still need to play around with I think you sent me some adaptive mesh stuff for RepRap Firmware. I need to play with that still. What daylight stick mounts do you use? I like the light coverage. Are you talking to me? I don't have any LEDs in here. No chamber LEDs. We had talked about the difference between input shaper stuff. I think I'm out of time and energy today to do that, but I'll post in the Discord about it. Didn't I put nozzle lights in here? Oh, we never configured those. We never configured those. That's my bad. How would we configure? How would we configure? Can we do that live? Can we do that live? Can we set up the LED, the NeoPixel LEDs? I want to turn them on. Let's do it. Let's do it live while it's printing, if we can. We set up an M950, it looks like. So an M950. And then more useful than Toolhead lights. And create RGB NeoPixel LED strip with 3 LEDs on save that config and reboot. Won't that cancel your print? You don't need to. You can just send the command to define things. Right? In order for it to be persistent, you'll have to add it to your config. What am I looking for? I'm getting... I'm browsing to some stuff. I'll switch over to my shared screen here in a second. General info. Pin names, there we are. So we are connected via, it's the RGB LED, GPIO 26. I do need to bump the speeds up, yep. GPIO 26 is the RGB LED port. There's all this. I'm looking at this, configuring and controlling LED strips. So create a RGB NeoPixel LED strip on the LED port and set SPI frequency. I don't know if that's, what does SPI frequency need to do? M950, here it is. Heater fan LED strip. Pin name, LED strip number. So if we were to, how's the Welsh treats going? They're gone. Thank you. And thanks for being a member for 16 months. Optional for LEDs, a color order. Well, what if we do an M950 E0 C? So if we go over to the console, do M950 E0 C GPIO. No, it's a 124 colon GPIO 26. Right? And what else do I need there? Hope you're wearing those Welsh socks in the cold weather. I have wore them. I have wore them twice. Optional maximum number of LEDs in the strip. I think it's 3. U3. So let's see what happens. GPIO 26 U3. What happens when we do that? Oh, pin name is wrong? Did I get the syntax for that wrong? What is it? Oh, 124 dot, not colon. 124 dot. That's a syntax error on my part. 124 dot. Hey, hi. Hey, buddy. Unknown pin name, GPIO 26. Okay. Let's go to the pin names. GPIO 26 is RGB LED. So let's do that instead. 24.RGB LED. Hey, there we are. Okay, get the things correct. And now how do we turn them on? Is that how do we turn them on? M150 to control the strip. So let's go to the M150. So if I send just M150 R255, U255, B255, does it just turn them on white? Here, let's go. I want to turn it on blue. So if the order is even correct. So now we'll go M150 R0 U255, and then oh no, U0, B255. 0, B255. And let's go P255. Full brightness. This can cause a race condition in toolbars while actually printing. At least it has for me in the past. Maybe it got fixed. We'll find out, right? And number of individual LEDs to set to these colors. So S3. All three of them? I'll just set all three of them to that. Following command action. F0's default means this is the last command for the LED strip. So I'll just leave that. And E0, because we got to tell it which LED strip we're doing, right? E0. What happens if I do that? It worked! The colors or order is wrong, but it worked. We actively, and the color orders are wrong per, so they're correct for the nozzle LEDs. They're wrong for the logo LED. But it was success live. That right there is a demonstration of the key difference between Klipper and RepRap Firmware. Is all these things that are in your configuration can be tweaked with live. Hey, buddy. You want a treat? You want treats? Where's... Here. You're right here. Oops. Hey. Want some treat? Oh, yeah. Oscar, you want some treat? Oscar. Want a treat? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Okay, it's right on your, it's right there. It's right there. Are you a biter? No, you're a licker. Good. I put treat on my finger and Charlie would have bit my finger. And that is very true. Charlie does not lick treats off of fingers. He bit. So I'm glad to see that Oscar here licked it off my finger instead of bit my finger. Here, you want some? Felix is a licker too. Awesome. Don't bite my finger. Don't make me a... A little bit more. There, it's all gone. Found that the Delectables brand is just as good and a bit less expensive. Well, this is courtesy of Apollo, who came and visited last Monday and brought treats for the kiddies. I'm pretty pleased with that just working. I mean, need to redefine the... Here you go. Redefine the LEDs, but how's this looking? It's not looking all that great, just at a glance. Oh, it's not bad. A little bit of Z artifacting there. Yeah. No tuning whatsoever, but it's printing. I do not have a Marlin printer. I do not. Are there any inexpensive boards? Yes. So many of the Mellow boards work with RepRap firmware, and many of the Big Tree Tech stuff does. The Team Gloomy, here I'll post, is kind of heading up development of documenting and porting RepRap firmware stuff to STM and LPC based boards. So you'll see there's Big Tree Tech boards here that are documented, and then the Fly and Mellow boards. Now your Toolhead board selection is going to be more limited because CAN FD is required for RepRap firmware. So you won't see any of the Big Tree stuff in here yet, but Mellow does have a little bit of selection. I do not see any of the Manta boards in the list here. What set of digital calipers do you use? What do you recommend for 3D printing? I have two major brands that I use. Do I have them both in here? Okay, so these are my kind of go-to for stuff. Now I have a pair of Mitutoyos that I just bought. Oh, there they are. They are here. I have Mitutoyos, but those are not budget calipers. These eye gauging, I've had good luck with. So it's eye gauging, IGAGING. This is on Amazon. They are a, what do you call it? The zero origin or whatever. Looks like I need maybe update the battery, but we can zero them out at any point. You can reset your origin. And then similar, a micrometer I think is useful to have. And the same eye gauging brand I've had good luck with in a micrometer. Now, Clow 42, CLOUGH 42, James has a pretty good video on his channel on inexpensive but quality calipers too. Can RRF be run on just about any board, or does it require Duet? It can be run on a board that has enough, the right processor, enough memory, and a Wi-Fi module. The RepRap firmware does not require a Pi. I'm running RepRap firmware here because, a Pi, because I wanted the full color display. And this is just the Duet Web control. This is this same view here, just on a mobile size screen. It's the same thing. It's just being displayed on a smaller screen. And they do a pretty good job of formatting differently for different size screens. You are not required to run a Pi with a RepRap firmware board, either Duet or these Mellow or Big Tree Tech stuff. Does RepRap firmware also use the, okay. Just remember James Clow is machinist tendencies, so we'll lean towards precision than is more precision than is necessary for 3D printing. That's a good point. The panel do, I feel, is too limiting. The interface and configuration. I'm not really, I have two. I have a 7-inch on the black box and I have a 5-inch I've never hooked up. This is hitting a maximum of about 150 millimeters per second right now on this print. But I don't feel like you should crank it to 9 or 10 or 11 on an early print anyway. I am only hitting on this. I'm peaking at about 10 cubic millimeters per second on this print. But it's printing. And it is fully enclosed. This is the most complete my solid fork has ever been. How's it going, Clee? Hey, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't that great? All the way around. All the way around. I know, I opened the door on an ABS print. Whatever. It's got a bottom panel. It's all the way complete. Yeah, it is fully built. Okay, guys, I am going to call it. Thank you very much for being around. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Thanks, Polymaker, for letting me give away filament. Congratulations to the winner. We will be back next Sunday. I'm thinking about doing my So I Hit the Update Button stream. I need something to fill in, and I think that might be the fun one. And I've got a couple of printers I'd like to get updated to start using anyway. So if you weren't here yesterday, I was talking about doing a So I Hit the Update Button stream, and I'm going to have about half a dozen printers sitting here, and we're going to just go through each of them, getting them fully up to date. All the controllers, all the software, and getting them updated. And see how it goes. Everything on them. OS, everything up to date. To whatever makes sense. Not necessarily all Clipper printers. Might be a RepRap Firmware printer in there. And go from there. Reaper will be a Charlie's Angels member stream either on the 18th or the 25th. So, yeah, it'll be the most fun if something goes wrong, the GPs. I think it'll be the most fun if something goes wrong. But any Marlin printers. The closest I have are my Prusa printers. Sounds like it could be aggravating. We'll set some limits. I'm not going to let one printer monopolize the whole day. There might be some throw in the towel opportunities. But yeah. We can do, I probably wouldn't update this solid fork because it's already up to the latest. But this isn't my only RepRap Firmware printer. So with that, I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. If you have any weekend left, hope you have a good week. We will see you next Sunday. So Take care, everyone. Happy New Year. And enjoy the build. Bye.